Okay, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So I'll start talking on the mic since you guys are sitting a little bit further in the back here. We have a couple of different things going on in the hot shop today. And one of the first things I want to point out is the center and left bench. This is where our resident hot shop team is working. These guys work here pretty much full time. And we're going to see them work on a kids design glass piece. This is where kids 12 and under submit a drawing, and it has a chance to turn into a piece of glass. We choose one every month to turn into a piece or to actually bring to life. And this time we are seeing the traffic chomper. And do we have an image of this that we could show off? Hopefully we do. If not, then I have an image that I can bring over. Oh, here we go. So this is the piece that we're working on right here. And what we do is we'll invite the family in to watch this piece being made as we are making it. So in the second half of the day, our family will be in here and they'll see this piece being created. We always create two of them. So we'll have one done in the first half of the day and then the second one done in the second half of the day, so that one can go home with the family and then one stays here at the museum. Thank you. And you can see a bunch of these kids design glass pieces on display in the art alley, which is kind of on the way to the bathrooms in the museum. So definitely check those out when you can. Over on the right bench, we also have some hands-on workshops going on today. And I've been pointing out that this is something that you guys could sign up for as well. Just ask the front desk about availability. They even have availability today. But these people pay to come down on the floor and make a piece of their own glass. Today they are making floats, which are basically these blown glass balls, and you can put them in a pond, hence the name float. So yeah, we'll have that going on all day today too. And right now we're just working on the details of this traffic chomper. So we have the wheels being made at the center bench right here. We just finished off or are still working on the teeth over on the left bench. We usually start with all these small details and then we work on the main body and bring everything over one by one to attach on. Oh yeah, so this is an important piece of equipment to point out. This box right here is called the garage. It sits at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we are putting these pieces of glass inside of there, basically like putting them on pause so that we can pull them out later and attach them to the piece, but we can't let them cool down to room temperature. So this is just going to keep them warm enough to not break. So on both sides of the hot shop, we have a glass furnace. This is where we're getting all of our molten glass in the first place. And these are sitting just at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. They hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass. And it's specifically all only clear glass. We have to add color in some other way. So with the glass at the center bench, especially, we're seeing them use frit, F-R-I-T, which are these little shards of colored glass, almost like a colored sand. And we just put it inside of a metal dish, and then we roll the clear glass inside of it to pick it up. And we're also doing that same thing over on the very far right bench as well. Yeah, sometimes we'll see them drop some of the molten glass inside of that bucket. This bucket is only clear glass, so eventually we can crush it up and throw it into the furnace and completely reuse that glass. And now we start picking up some of our color. We've laid it out on the table just so that we're able to cover the entire surface of this glass. Would have been hard to pick it up from inside of the dish. And you'll notice as we work with the glass in the hot shop, the colors will appear pretty different from the final product. So the shards of color you see on the table, this is the true color of the glass. It's eventually going to end up being this color, but when we're working with it, it'll look maybe a little bit darker, more of like a reddish, brownish color. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, everyone. I'll introduce what we have going on here real quick and who we have on the floor. So today we're working on a kids design glass piece, which could we have our drawing up on the screen, please? So each month, our artists that work here full-time, our resident hot shop team, so the people at the center and left bench, they will go through all of these drawings that kids 12 and under have submitted to the museum, and they'll choose one of those drawings to turn into a piece of glass, bring it to life. So we have this time the traffic chomper, if we could see that on the screen, please. Thank you. There we go. So this is the drawing that we are basing our piece off of today. And what we do is we make two of these pieces. So one of them can go home with the family, and then one of them stays here at the museum to be put on display, which we still have an entire display with all of these kids design glass pieces that have been made in the past out in our art alley, which is kind of on the way to the bathrooms. So definitely check that out when you get a chance. Thank you. So right now we're working on all of the smaller components for this piece, like the flames and the teeth we've finished already, the wheels we've finished already. Once we have all of those small components ready, we create the body and then start assembling things together and finishing the piece off. And then here over at the right bench, we have some hands-on workshops going on today, and we're making floats over here. I always want to point out this is something that you guys could sign up for, and they actually do have openings today. So check in with the front desk if you're interested in coming down and making a float. And welcome to those who just joined in. Feel free to hang out, sit down wherever you like, but no pressure. We are working on a kids design glass piece in the hot shop today, here at the center and left bench. At the center bench, we were just working on a detailed flame coming out of the mouth of this creature. And over on the left bench, we have the entire body, which we'll eventually start attaching everything to. Also, whenever you see us using this box right here, this is called the garage, and it's just to keep things nice and warm temporarily. So we set our flame in there to stay at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know everyone's come in at different times and heard different things, so feel free to ask any questions that you guys have, anything you might have missed. So, for anyone that wasn't close enough to hear Trent talking to the audience, he's just saying that he will gather up some clear, and he's actually going to strip most of this clear glass off, basically just giving the surface a very thin, clear coat. And luckily, all of that clear glass that we took off, we just throw into a bucket, and eventually we'll crush it up and throw it back into the furnace and reuse all of that clear glass. Which is why he's worried about doing it so quickly. Make sure that color didn't get mixed in with the clear. Oh yeah, and I got a question earlier about glass blowing, like the actual blowing part of the process. We're going to see more blowing over on the right side of the hot shop with the float making. These are actually hollow, versus this is all just completely solid sculptural glass that we're working with at the center bench today. And whenever we finish a piece, we have to put it inside of an annealer, which are these large boxes. They're programmed to hold at a certain temperature and then very slowly cool down. Usually about a 12-hour process. So the longest part of making a piece of glass is just letting it cool down, usually. Yeah, this is a really thick piece of glass, so we have to leave it in there for quite a while. It is solid all the way through, I'll point out again. So this is not blown or hollow in any way. Um, and the determiner for how long we leave something in there to heat it up is we kind of watch to see how much it's falling, and that tells us how malleable it is. Because it'll depend on the thickness of the glass, it'll depend on the exact glass that you're using. Yeah, there's a lot of factors that come into play. And then for the most part, these guys are going based off of experience. They've all been working with glass for a really long time. So we have multiple ways to heat up the glass. The torch will heat up a section of the glass at a time, so we can focus or pinpoint heat to more so one area versus another. And it does run around the same temperature, though, I will point out, about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. So not a huge difference in that regard, just helps us focus the heat to one spot. I would guess maybe 15 pounds of glass or so, like 1.5. Yeah. It is solid all the way through. And I will point out the glass, even if it is a lighter weight, it has this leverage against you being all the way at the end of the pipe. You can't get your hand right next to it because it's a little hot. So it's going to have that leverage, making it feel heavier than it actually is. And for those that joined in more recently, welcome into the hot shop. I want to show off exactly what we're making, kind of catch you guys up a little bit, and then I'll hop back into explaining the process. But we are working on a kids design glass piece today, which kids 12 and under, they'll submit a drawing and it has a chance to turn into glass. These guys go through them once a month and they choose the one that they want to make together. And this month we are making the traffic chomper, which, could we have that up on the screen, please? Yeah, can we have our kids design glass on the screen, please? Thank you. Okay, so that's up on the screen now. This is exactly what we are making based off of Jackson's design. And we always invite the family in to watch this piece being made. We'll always make 2 of them, so one of them can go home with the family, and then one of them stays here at the museum to be put on display. So they'll be here in the second half of the day watching the second one being made. Thank you. And once again, we do this once a month, so there are many chances for those drawings to be chosen if you guys have any kids that would be interested in submitting a drawing. All right, we can focus back at the center bench now, please. And this is yet another way to heat up the glass, this small handheld torch right here. This gets up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I've been told. It's technically the hottest item in the hot shop because of that. And we're heating up a small section of glass at a time with this torch. Really helpful for sculpting, getting details in just one little area without affecting the entire piece by heating up the entire piece. So now we start working on the shape of the body a little bit more by using a piece of kiln shelf and a couple of corkwood paddles to push it into its final form. So we already have the overall shape of the body done. We already have all of these other small components before you guys came in done. We have the wheels, we have the flame that'll be coming out of the mouth, we have all of the teeth, all of this stuff done. One thing that we don't have pre-made are all of those sort of flame spikes on the back. So we're going to be making these bits of colored glass, like Gabe has right here. We'll bring it over and kind of run it down at the back of our creature and then turn it into those flame spikes all in one go, just with that glass fresh molten hot. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. We're working on a kids design glass piece. And what this means is kids 12 and under, they submit a drawing into the museum, has a chance to turn into a piece of glass. We have an entire art alley section of the museum where we have a bunch of these kids design glass pieces on display, and those are still up. So it's kind of on your way to the bathrooms. Definitely check those out after you see this process. You can get an idea of all of the different creative pieces that kids have come up with. Yeah, whenever we make kids design glass pieces, we'll make 2 of them. One goes home with the family, one stays here at the museum. That's something that I feel like should definitely be mentioned. It makes it even more special. So we are working on our traffic chomper. This is basically like an alligator crocodile, it looks like, that will chomp its way through traffic. We have most of our components already created. We're just finishing off some flame spikes on the back of our creature, and then we'll start moving on to attaching all of these smaller details we have, such as the wheels, which, if you didn't know already, they're stored inside of this box right here, temporarily sitting at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, just warm enough to keep them from breaking. So anytime you see us magically appearing or disappearing a piece of glass, it's usually coming in and out of that box. So we have our layering of color, the yellow, orange, red, and I assume from here we'll start heating up small sections at a time and then cut a design into this colorful glass to create those flames, basically. And just to reiterate, if you have any questions, feel free to ask away. It doesn't even necessarily have to be about what you're seeing on the floor. I can answer plenty of your questions. Hey, welcome in. So if you didn't know already, we're working on a kids design glass piece, the traffic chomper. And did you see an image of it at the front desk when you came in? Of the kids design glass piece? All right, could we have our image up on the screen, please? Thank you. So just to give you guys an idea of how this is going to turn out, this is the main body of our traffic chomper right here at the center bench, and we're just starting to work on those flame spikes on the back. Thank you. And we already have a lot of, or all of these smaller components made and set aside, so we'll be able to bring those over and attach those on once we finish the back. And we're using this really hot handheld flame to heat up these layers of color. And the very first thing we did was just, I guess, compress or imprint these lines into the color, just kind of marking where we're going to have those spikes coming up and down before we actually start pulling or cutting those spikes further in. Hey, welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. I just wanted to catch you guys up on what we're working on real quick, and then I'll jump back into explaining the process. So we have a couple of different things happening on the floor today. At the center bench here, which is what I'll be focusing on for the most part, we are working on a kids design glass piece. And this is the traffic chomper. If we could see the image up on the screen, please. The image of the kids design glass piece on the screen, please. Thank you. So here it is, if you haven't seen it already. We already have all of the components ready for this piece. We're just fixing up these flames on the back, and then we'll be able to start bringing over these smaller details, such as the flame in the mouth, the teeth, and the wheels. We already have all of this ready and just kind of set aside, staying warm. So this is our resident hot shop team working on this piece. They make these once a month, and every time they choose one drawing, and they'll make 2 of the same piece, so one can go home with the family, and then one stays here at the museum. And we have an entire art alley with some of these kids design glass pieces on display already, so definitely check those out. Thank you. And then over on the right bench here, we have some hands-on workshops going on today, which they're making floats. And I do know that they have some availability, so if you're interested in making floats yourselves, feel free to ask the front desk about what times are still available. And I always like using this as a chance to point this piece of equipment out. So this large black box is the annealer. Anytime we finish a piece, we need to put it inside of one of these boxes so that it slowly cools down overnight. And it's a really slow cooling process, about 12 hours or so, to prevent thermal shock. So these 2 paddles right here, these are made out of corkwood. They're really helpful in the sculpting process because it's a pretty insulating material. We touch it to the glass is going to maintain its heat. It's also not going to gouge or scrape or leave any marks on the glass. Might leave a little soot, which we dust off with the broom. So it looks like we're at the point where we need to basically flip the orientation of the piece. We need access to the head end of the piece. So we go ahead and we attach a second pipe with a little bit of clear glass as a support or a connection. And then we go ahead and break the entire thing off of the first pipe using a little bit of water that's going to thermally shock and crack that connection. And then with just a tap of the pipe, that should pop off. So just like that, we now have access to the head end of the piece, which was previously attached to the pipe. And so that was for like the eyes right at the top of the head. Yeah, the eyes. So we heat up the glass, the body of the glass, and then using a cold piece of clear glass on the end of another pipe, we stab it into the piece and pull away, and that's just stretching the piece itself out rather than adding new material. And by cold, I mean 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. It's kind of cold for glass. It's completely solid at that temperature. It's lost a lot of its color. And for those who just joined in, we are working on a Kids Design glass piece right now, which we do these once a month, where we choose a drawing that a kid 12 and under has designed and submitted to the museum, and then we turn it into a piece of glass, bring it to life. And we always make 2 of these, so this is still the first one that we're working on. We'll make the second one in the second half of the day, and one of them will go home with the family, and one stays here to be put on display. That's how this works. So we're just finishing off the eyes, and then we'll start to cut into the glass to make the mouth. And we already have all of the other details for this piece made, the wheels. Well, yeah, and over on the right side of the hot shop, these are some hands-on workshops that we have going on today, which I've been mentioning. If you guys are wanting to do one of your own, they're making floats today, which are these blown glass orbs or balls, and then you do eventually take it home with you once it cools down on a later day. Yeah, just ask the front desk about availability if you're curious about that. And could we have our Kids Design glass drawing up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who joined in more recently and haven't had the chance to see this, just wanted to make sure you guys saw what we were working on. And this is the final product for the PCC at the center bench. We already have kind of the overall shape. We're just starting to work on the face area. And then eventually we'll start bringing over all these small pieces like the teeth and the wheels, and then finishing the piece off. So we're really getting there. We're getting close. Thank you. So again, using the material that's already there for our piece, we're going to heat up the face area and then eventually cut into this glass to create an open mouth. That's why we're heating up the glass with this small handheld torch. And then whenever we heat up the entire piece overall inside of that large open face furnace, we're just trying to make sure that nothing drops too far below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which could cause the glass to break. Yeah, welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop over there. I just wanted to let you know what we're working on real quick, and then I'll jump back into explaining what we're doing as we go along. So we have a couple of different things going on at the same time. We have this team at the center bench right here, and this is our resident hot shop team. They work here full time at the museum, and we're working on making a kids design glass piece, which I showed off the image to those of you who have been here for a little while. But could we have our image up on the screen again, please? Thank you. So for those who just joined in, this is what we're working towards right here at the center bench. This is our Kids Design Glass piece of the month. So we make these every month. We'll always make 2 of the same piece, and then one of them can go home with the family, and one of them can stay here at the Museum of Glass. That's something that we especially do each month. And these guys actually go through the drawings by hand. They choose the one that they want to make based off of like how creative it is, or if it's even possible to make out of glass, of course. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. We always have the family come in and watch us make the piece, so we'll have the family in for the second one in the second half of the day. Thank you. Oh, and over on the right bench, we are working on some hands-on workshops. So people pay to come down on the floor, and they make their own piece of glass to take home with them eventually. Today it happens to be floats, so we'll see them make these floats over there today. We do these one weekend a month, and it changes each month, by the way. So next month it might be like birds or flowers, and then the month after that it'll be, I don't know, who knows what. It'll be like ornaments around the holidays, and it'll be pumpkins around October, November. Those ones always stand out to me. Those ones are very frequently booked out in advance. So with our piece at the center bench, we have just finished opening up the mouth. We have all of these small details that we've already made that we'll be attaching like wheels to the bottom of the body. We have a bunch of teeth to attach as well. Just detail upon detail. They try to make these pieces as accurate to the drawing as they can. Not as accurate to the idea, but as accurate to the actual drawing itself. So they'll even go in and create striations in the body. If the child has drawn and kind of missed some spots, they'll put some white, like there's a little bit of paper showing through it. And welcome to those who joined in. Welcome to those who joined in recently. We have a couple of different things going on today. I've mostly been focusing on this piece right here at the center bench, which is a Kids Design glass piece. And this is the design right here up on the screen. Thanks for popping that up, the traffic chomper. And we already have most of the piece finished off. We're just adding on all of these details at this point that we've already made. They're just set aside, staying warm, so we're bringing over the wheels one by one. We'll start bringing over those teeth one by one. We have the flame for the inside of the mouth that we just brought over right here. Thank you. Yeah, this is a pretty fast-paced part of the process. Start sticking things together. Also, we do have some hands-on workshops going on over on the right bench if you guys are curious about that. We're making some floats today over there. And this is something you can ask the front desk about if you're interested in making one of your own. Each month we do a different weekend of these hands-on workshops. So next month, usually we stick with themes. So right now it's spring, so we might see some flowers or some birds. Yeah, there's a question I got that I thought would be interesting to bring up or something relating to it. So once we finish a piece in the hot shop, many pieces have to go through cold working, which is a very general term for just working with the glass when it's room temperature. So we'll finish this piece, we'll break it off the pipe, we'll let it cool down, and then there will be this glass connected somewhere on the piece from where it was connected to the pipe. There's going to be a leftover chunk of glass on the piece that we don't want there. So we'll grind and cut and polish that away however we need to do it, using a bunch of equipment that's honestly a lot like woodworking equipment. They have like a belt sander, a disc sander. It's all diamond grit with running water. That's a part of the process that we don't get to see. We don't even have cameras in the cold shop. So I always like to point that out, that the piece is technically not done when it's done in the hot shop. Yeah, when it comes to all of the equipment in the hot shop, we leave the glass furnaces running 24/7, and those are the tanks that actually hold the molten glass inside of them. And then technically some other things are kind of running, like the annealers that we put the finished pieces inside of. They have a programming to really slowly cool the glass down, so those will be held at a warm temperature and then really slowly come down into the next day, usually. So, but everything else we turn off, like what we're heating up the glass inside of, we turn off. What we heat up the pipes inside of, we turn off. And we turn it all back on maybe an hour before we get started. Yeah, just an hour. So at this point, it's looking like we have pretty much all of our details except for those back wheels. So I'm assuming we'll transfer this piece to yet another pipe, and then we'll attach those back wheels, maybe pick some of that clear glass off before we put it away. And this finished piece is going to go inside of one of the top loading annealers. So same thing as the boxes on our far walls, where they have that programming that slowly cools things down, just loads from the top instead of the front. So we brought another pipe over. This has some clear glass on the end, basically just as an attachment. We'll attach this right to the center of the bottom of the piece. And then we'll break the other pipe away using some water to thermally shock and crack that connection. Then just a little tap of the pipe, and we've removed the piece. So from here, because as you could see, where that previous pipe was attached is where we needed those wheels. We'll be able to attach those wheels there now. So we start superheating this clear glass. Looks like we will be cutting and picking this clear glass away till we're left with just the smooth body. Hey, welcome in. And every time we have someone new join in, I just want to make sure that everyone's updated on the project and has an idea of what we're working towards. So could I have our design up on the screen, please? Thank you. So this is the piece that we're working on right now, just as a little reminder. And for those who haven't seen it yet, up on the screen, this is the traffic chomper. And we have pretty much all of our pieces assembled. We just have 2 wheels in the back that we need to attach on. So we'll start working on that pretty soon. Thank you. And we'll be using the center and left bench to work on this project. We will eventually see some people working over on the right bench, but these are some hands-on projects, so unrelated. But this is something you guys could participate in as well if you are interested. Come down on the floor and make a float today. It changes each month, by the way. So 1 weekend a month we'll have workshops, and then once a month, 1 day a month, we'll have these kids design glass pieces made. And welcome to those who just joined in. Again, we're working on a kids design glass piece today, which is kind of as it sounds, kids 12 and under. They'll submit a drawing to the museum. And these artists that are working on this piece, they went through all of those drawings and they chose which one they wanted to make, something we do once a month. And whenever we make kids design glass pieces, we'll make 2 of them. So one of them can go home with the family and then one of them can stay here at the museum. So this is the first one of the day. This is the traffic chomper, which we have a picture that we could put up on the screen just to make sure you guys can see the final vision of it. If we could see that on the screen, please. Thank you. So this is the final piece. Our artists always try to make the glass as close to the drawing as they can. So we've even got some like striations in the colors in our piece. They went in with a wire brush and they actually striated the colors. And we just had to attach those back wheels on at this point. We're just fixing up the body a little bit beforehand. Thank you. And our designer, Jackson, will be here for the second half of the day when we make the second one of this piece. We always invite the family in to watch this piece being made. Could I have our finished drawing up on the screen one more time? Thank you. I just want to make sure everyone's caught up and can see what the final product is supposed to look like right here. So this is designed by 10-year-old Jackson, who will be here for the second one. We always make 2 of these, so one can go home with the family and then one stays here at the museum. So this is our very first one. And we're just finishing it off. We just have the back wheels to attach, and then we're pretty much done with this piece. Thank you. Yeah, the different pieces of equipment, like the torches that we're using and what we're heating up the entire piece inside of right now, are running at different temperatures from each other. This small handheld torch is technically the hottest item in the hot shop, getting up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then that open face furnace is running between 21 and 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Everything is running off of natural gas except for that smaller handheld torch, which has propane and oxygen. That's why it's so hot. Oxygen's really fueling or feeding the fire. Yeah, at this point it's final touches, and then we'll be breaking this piece off and putting it away pretty soon. And I know some of you guys just joined in, so I'll just tell you a bit about this project real quick. This is a Kids Design glass piece. We create these once a month. These artists will go through all the drawings that kids 12 and under have submitted to the museum, and they choose one design that they think is like really creative and turn it into a piece of glass, bring it to life. And they'll always make two of them. So one of them goes home with the family, and then one stays here to be put on display at the museum. And we do have an entire art alley in the museum, which is basically like on the way to the bathrooms, where we have a bunch of these Kids Design glass pieces on display. So definitely check those out when you get a chance if you haven't already. So now it looks like at this point, we're happy with how the piece looks, and we're starting to prepare to break it off and put it away. You'll usually see us torching that glass connecting the piece and the pipe until we see some movement in that connection, and then we go ahead and break the piece off. And you can always tell when we're breaking something off because somebody will get suited up in these Kevlar gloves. We pick up the piece at the bench and then we carry it over to be put away. And for those who joined in basically just for the break off, I just wanted to let you know this is a kids design glass piece, which we do once a month. We have kids submit drawings and they have the chance to turn into a piece of glass. Drawing is up on the screen so you can see, kind of compare them side by side. This is the final result. We always try to make it as close to the drawing as we can. And here we are, we're applying some water, cracking that connection with a little bit of thermal shock. And then all it should take is a tap of the pipe. This piece should pop away. And then we'll torch the bottom, make sure that's smooth. And this piece is completely done. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. Thank you, everyone. And this is the annealer. So this box is currently sitting just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. Then with the press of a button, it'll start to slowly cool for about 12 hours or so, or overnight. So we won't see that piece again until tomorrow. And again, we will be making one more of these in the second half of the day, so that one can go home with the family, and then one will stay here at the museum. So if you missed any part of the process, don't worry, because we are going to make a second one just at about 2 p.m. or so. We'll have the official return time on the screen, and I'm going to check in and just make sure, see if we're making something small before lunch or not. So I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna see just a couple of tires made. So we use up all of the time we have possible, and then we'll take our lunch just at about 1 p.m. So that's the plan for the next 15 minutes or so. Yeah, those tires that were on the piece, yeah. So the way that we're coloring most of the components for this piece is through something called frit, F-R-I-T. There are these little shards of colored glass, which you'll see inside of these buckets here. Just like colored sand, basically. And we take our clear glass, we roll it through a dish of those shards of frit, and we end up with kind of a speckled layer of color on the outside of our piece. Which is actually helpful for this one because we have a lot of striations where the marker was drawn on the piece, and we want those striations to make the piece as close to the drawing as possible. So after getting some color, we roll the glass on a grooved plate to get the tread of the tires or the wheels. So we're working on at least a couple of different components at the same time. we're creating the teeth over on the left bench, which in my opinion is pretty satisfying. We just have a solid piece of white glass, and we're using the shears, which are basically like glass scissors, and we're cutting away at that piece of colored glass, creating our sharp little teeth. And then again, we're finishing off the wheels at the center bench, which have a white center. So we bring over basically that same type of glass, that solid white, and attach that to the center. Also, any components that we finish, if you notice them kind of just disappearing, don't know where they're going inside of this box right here called the garage, because we park the end of the pipe in there. And it's just going to keep that glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Basically like putting it on pause while we eat our lunch, and then we'll be able to pull those pieces back out one by one and use them later on. And up on the screen, we're getting a glance at the teeth making over on the left bench. All right. So we've finished a little bit of prep work, and we're going to just let that stuff stay warm, set aside while we eat our lunch. We'll be back in about an hour, just at about 2 p.m. We'll start working on even more of those small components before actually creating and assembling everything all together. So yeah, we're getting there. The last piece took about 2.5 hours. We've just trimmed down maybe 15 minutes, half an hour of work, so maybe 2 hours of work when we get back. Yeah, of course.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses 2 pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after Sam, this might put the cap on the Ball Barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle, no pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University, where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history.
Yeah, I want to go from the balconies there.
The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm gonna leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded.
That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon, so childhood cartoons and old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of these black and white stripes and these crazy busy patterns. Glass was a wide open lane. When I first started blowing glass, just doing research on famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So my search results generated Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of looking into them, it's just becoming one myself. I was so it's like a beam. I usually make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's it's not funky enough, So making it a little more funky, adding this crazy wild pattern and some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still straight, it's straight here and straight here, but it's a little funky in there. And then you're still using those traditional techniques Marini and cane, and then the Encalmo technique, but then trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background, the pink background, is that pink? Is that okay?
It'll be opaque, so opaque color, so the first color type effect. And then also playing into how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into fashion. Fashion also plays a role as me being a former musician or a rapper. So being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things, and then Also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art. The cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. And they're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadisa de Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural, our cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's, you know, it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work.
I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful pour surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched, so it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 day, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondels. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make large scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. So, yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's my, yeah, I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondels we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondels with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondels. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay. I'm from Canada. Sorry. I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
They are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top, so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Okay.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turn brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color out. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great. That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like that diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's too thick.
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice,
Soft. Ooh, lovely. Like, you just.
not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first poll. We'll
Yeah,
get better.
exactly. And for polls, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just gonna do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
smallish thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like?
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah, it could be big.
It could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I'm just, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so. It's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide, if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just a,
We get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
if we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with our neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay.
Go ahead, buddy.
Hi, baby. Happy